Good. Good morning. The hearing board is in session. Today is Tuesday, June 20th, 2017. We're meeting in the hearing room at SCAQMD headquarters in Diamond Bar, and the time is 9 a.m. We have one matter this morning. That's a petition for modification of an existing variance from, the petition is from the County of Los Angeles Department of Public Works. It's case 6044-1. Who's representing the Department of Public Works?
Good morning, Chair. My name is Tracy Egoscu. I'm outside counsel for the department.
Thank you. And representing Executive Officer?
Good morning, Chairman. Nicholas Sanchez and Alexandra Gay from the legal office on behalf of the Executive Officer.
Thank you very much. Those will be testifying. Please rise to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. The previous hearing in this matter was held in April of 2016, and we have two board members sitting in today who have been appointed to the board since then and did not have an opportunity to participate in that hearing. And so I'm going to ask each of the members about their preparation. Senator?
I'm prepared.
You want to turn on your mic?
I am prepared to hear the case.
Would you tell us what you've reviewed? What?
I've reviewed the material, yes.
Thank you. Doctor?
I've reviewed the material, so I am ready.
Ms. Egoscu, any objection to these two participating?
None, thank you.
Mr. Sanchez?
None, and I would just ask that the prior evidence and records from the previous hearing be incorporated into the record today.
Thank you. Any objection?
None, thank you.
The evidence and testimony, the entire record will be incorporated in this hearing today. Okay, we do have a couple of exhibits. Let's mark them at this point. We have received a document called titled Hearing Brief for this matter, and this will be marked as exhibit number 3. I don't recall. Oh,
No, is there no box? I have a hard copy if you'd like me to pass it out now. Yes, please.
okay. In addition, Ms. Egoscu has distributed the slides from a PowerPoint presentation dated June 20th, 2017, and that will be marked as exhibit number 4. Okay.
We need one more copy.
I guess I did print mine out.
This is for.
Okay, we're ready. Ms. Egoscu, opening.
Thank you, Chair and members of the hearing board. As the chair stated, we were last here before you, some of you, in April of 2016, and this matter was granted a variance for many reasons which we will cover in depth. There has been a delay to the project, so we would like the opportunity, and we're very thankful for the opportunity to present the evidence to you this morning and hopefully be granted an extension to the original variance. Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like the two new board members, I also had to review the record in this case. The record from the previous hearing indicated that this project and this facility was determined to perform an essential public service. And because of the uniqueness and remoteness of this location, the determination was ultimately to, for the crane to electrify. The timing was such that the work was to be performed prior with mitigation against any emissions during the interim. All those conditions remain. The only condition that the board or the district would like to hear additional evidence on today before having its position is regarding the beyond reasonable control. Petitioner and its counsel has been in communication with the district providing that information. We believe that they should be able to make that finding, but we'll await the presentation of evidence before the board. That is the delay that is really the basis for the extension today, the district believes. And so based upon those bureaucratic or additional responses for the project that were needed to ultimately get the things on track. But as far as all the other conditions, the basis for which this board granted relief previously still exist and remain unchanged. Again, the beyond reasonable control finding is what the district will be focusing on this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gasque, you.
Yes, thank you. I will start with our witness exam, and as previously stated in the other hearing, we recognize that the rules of evidence are not strictly followed in this hearing board, so I would ask that there is an understanding that some of these questions will be leading, and I assume that that's all right with district council.
No objection.
Thank you very much. Ready? Please state your name for the record.
Sterling Klippel,
Can you spell your last name, please?
Klippel.
What is your position with the Los Angeles County Department of Public Works?
Principal Engineer.
And what are your responsibilities in that position?
I'm Assistant Division Head, so I assist the Division Head of Water Resources, and I'm responsible for helping to manage this division, which is responsible for the storm operations, stormwater capture, groundwater recharge, capital improvement projects related to the dams, spreading grounds that we use for groundwater recharge, and also we do hydrologic and hydrology studies.
Are you an engineer?
Yes,
And are you licensed with the state of California?
correct.
And the subject of our hearing today is the Santa Anita Dam, is that correct?
Yes.
Please tell us where the dam is located.
It's in the National Forest, Angeles National Forest.
And what is the dam's primary function?
Flood protection and stormwater capture.
And is there a function related to potable water or groundwater?
Yes.
And can you please briefly explain that?
So the water that's captured at the dam comes off the watershed during rainfall events, and then that water is sent down to our spreading grounds where we recharge the aquifers for local water supply.
Just generally, where are the cities located that this water is used?
Downstream of the dam in the communities of Sierra Madre, Arcadia, and some of the other ones that use water from the East Raymond Basin aquifer.
And that's the name of the groundwater basin, is that correct?
Yes.
Raymond Basin. Why does the Department of Public Works manage this dam?
It manages it for flood protection and groundwater recharge.
And to ensure that the design is operating as it is supposed to, is that correct?
Yeah, so we're responsible for the safety of the dam, reliable operation of the dam, and directing the operations of the dam itself.
And any emergency repairs would be under your responsibility as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
What is the Santa Anita Dam Spillway Modification Project?
So it's a state mandated project. The spillway does not currently have capacity to pass the probable maximum flood event, and as a result, we need to bring that up to meet current state standards, which require that the dams are able to pass that safely.
So Chair, just as last time we brought an exhibit to use to explain the functions at the dam, we've shown it to District Council. At this time, I would request that Mr. Klippel goes through it briefly and points out the elements of the dam and the project. Is that appropriate? I think you should go up to that. Is that all right if he goes up
Yeah,
to the
he
mic?
can speak from there, and
Hold it up.
do you have a small copy of that?
We'll make sure we send one.
Okay. For future use, if you have a small one, we can project it on that little device, and it makes it much easier for the speaker, but go ahead.
Noted, thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have a remote mic? Okay. You'll have to speak into the mic as you,
Okay, so this is Santa Anita Dam. It's in a very tight canyon, very steep, rugged slopes. We have a small access road that leads up to the dam for equipment.
excuse me.
I didn't want to interrupt you, but I believe in the previous exhibit, Exhibit 1 on page 8, I think this is a very similar picture, so if anyone wants to refer to that, or at least it's probably easy to see, looking at that and looking at this.
Oh, thank you.
Exhibit 1, page 8.
Page 8.
You have exhibit 4, this is exhibit 1 from the last, it's a different exhibit from the last one. You don't have mine.
I can imagine.
You could see,
Amazing.
Okay, so the dam itself is a concrete arch dam. This is the body of the dam here. It's about 218 feet tall, so it's quite a large dam. And the issue there is that to get access to the dam, the only way to get vehicles to the dam is this small access road. And the small access road is located about 105 feet above the actual dam itself. Now, the only way to get equipment and materials down to the dam itself is using the hoist that we're talking about today, that we're seeking the variance on. So the hoist house is up just off the road there, and that's where we're able to pick equipment up, materials up, and the hoist will bring it down to the dam. Now, as you see in that red kind of square box there, that's where we're going to cut a notch in the top of the dam, which is going to allow the water to safely spill over during the probable maximum flood event. So this is going to be a new spillway. We're cutting out large section of the concrete there, and as a result, too, the tail tower for the existing hoist, which is located right here, is going to need to be relocated to that second red square area, so it's out of the footprint of where the new spillway is going to be. Now, in order to get this project going and to do the initial construction, we need to use the hoist that we have there on site right now, and that's why we're here today asking for this variance to continue to operate this so that we can get this construction going for this important project.
Okay, let's come back here. You can leave it up there. Thank you. Mr. Clapel, is this project that you just briefly described mandated by the State Division of Safety of Dams?
Yes, it is.
And you already said this, but I want to confirm that the use of the existing hoist is necessary for the completion of the state mandated safety improvements. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as part of this project, will the non-compliant hoist engine that is currently in use at the dam be replaced?
Yes, we're going to replace it with an electrical motor that's going to drive a hydraulic system that will operate the hoist.
And that new motor or engine will completely eliminate future emissions, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Clapel, are you aware that AQMD Rule 1110.2 limits reactive organic gases from liquid-fueled internal combustion engines?
Yes.
And are you aware of the existing variance for the project issued by this hearing board on April 19th, 2016?
Yes, that was when I was last here before the board.
Thank you. You were the testifying witness, is that correct?
Yes.
Why did the department request the existing variance that is currently in place to operate the hoist at the dam?
Yeah, back on June 19th of 2014, the AQMD inspection occurred at the dam, and at that time, it was determined that the hoist engine for the emergency was not compliant. And so at that time, following that inspection, we were issued a notice to comply on July 1st, 2014. And at that time, the department ceased all operation of this hoist.
So, Mr. Clopel, before the variance was granted by this hearing board, operation of the hoist was in violation. Is that correct?
Yes,
Thank you. And the existing variance that was granted by this hearing board is for the operation of that same engine. Is that correct?
yes,
Are you aware that the current final compliance date for the existing variance is October 31st of 2017?
yes,
Did the existing variance permit 800 non-consecutive hours of hoist engine operation from November 1st, 2016 to October 31st, 2017?
yes.
Why has the department submitted this petition for modification of an existing variance to extend the October 31st, 2017 final compliance date?
Currently, the project, the construction of the project's not expected to start until April of 2018.
And that is subsequent to the current final compliance date of October 31st, 2017, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you briefly tell us what caused this delay?
We had received some unexpected comments on the design modifications to the dam from the State Division of Safety of Dams.
And what is the department requesting to extend the final compliance deadline to?
April of 2020.
And the department is not requesting any increase in the use of the engine time, is that correct?
That's correct.
And why is that?
We haven't used the hoist except for 3.5 hours, and that was to recertify the crane and do some maintenance on it. So we haven't used any of the 800, or we've only used that amount of the original 800 hours, and we believe that that existing amount of hours will be sufficient to complete the project.
And I know this is probably too much detail, but why did you use it for those 3.5 hours?
Yeah, it turned out that the actual cable from the hoist needed replacement. So in order to replace the cables and safely operate the hoist, that maintenance had to be conducted, and also the hoist itself had to be recertified for use in preparation for the upcoming project.
Okay, so then I'm going to walk you through what happened with the state, and in particular the comments, starting in March of 2016, which was actually prior to the last variance hearing. And so is it correct that the state notified the department in March of 2016 that there would have to be some comments, certain comments addressed in the design?
That's correct, and it's fairly typical.
And so then on April 4th, the state officially identified the issue to the department, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you please tell us what the issue was that was identified by the state?
Yeah, in cutting the new spillway into the existing concrete arch of the dam, the state was concerned that what they called was a slender block that was left behind. Generally, these arch dams are built in 50-foot sections. And what was happening, when it was cut, there was a small section of concrete that the state had concerns that during the maximum credible earthquake could potentially fail and fall onto the actual valves or outlet works of the dam and create an uncontrolled release of water.
So in other words, then, you were aware, the department was aware that the state had these comments on April 4th and came to a hearing on April 19th aware that there were comments. So then what happened that caused this delay? If you were aware of the comments, what happened subsequent to the hearing?
Well, we had received the comments. We had not had the opportunity to look in depth at them and see what the technical solution would be at the time.
Okay, so let's talk about that process of the technical solution. So the department reviews the state's comments and actually had to do what?
So first, we review those comments, look at them, see what could be done to correct the issue out there.
So you had to do new design work?
So that includes, first, we look at what are the various options to address the comment. And then once we come develop it, then we'll actually do calculations to ensure that that technical solution will work for the maximum credible earthquake.
Is it true that in June of 2016, the department submitted draft calculations to justify your proposed solution?
That's correct.
And then in July of 2016, is it true that the department submitted plans to the state at that point?
Yeah, plans and specifications.
Okay. And then on July 28th of 2016, did the department receive comments regarding those initial plans from the state?
Yes, that's correct.
And did these comments from the state require changes from the department?
Yeah, required modifications.
And so then, did the department actually obtain the state's approval for an improved solution in August of 2016? August 9th?
Yes.
What was the improved solution?
The improved solution was to use tendons, or these big cables, to basically secure the slender block to the dam itself, to the lower section of the dam, so it wouldn't fail during the maximum credible earthquake.
So it's true then that during this process with the state, the department actually realized that there was a better solution available, is that correct?
Yeah, at some point when we're looking at it, we really have to consider, the constructability of it. So in doing so, we did come up with an improved constructability in order to anchor this slender block down into the body of the dam in a better fashion.
Why didn't the department anticipate these comments before the hearing in April?
Well, it's one of these iterative processes, and at the time we thought we had already done final plans, and it was just going to be a few smaller comments to get final approval for.
And the process of actually redoing and resubmitting the plans took that time, is that correct?
Yeah, it's a lengthy process. The state's very thorough when they go through. They do all their own calculations independently, and they have a lot of management review before they give final approval on that.
So it wasn't until August 25th of 2016 that the department submitted the final plans to the state, is that correct?
Yes,
And on August 29th, the state gave the department final acceptance, is that correct?
that's correct.
And yet, from August 29th, there was a time period lag until November 28th, when the state actually sent a final letter of approval to the department, is that correct?
Yes,
And at that time, in other words, in November of 2016, that is when the department understood that the initial proposed construction start time was not going to be met, is that correct?
that's correct.
So there are two, this is a little bit confusing for me, and I want to make sure that the district council and the hearing board understand that there was an August final acceptance and then there's a November final approval. What are the issues that were happening between that August and November timeframe from the state?
Well, first they approved the technical solution to the issue of their comments, and then ultimately they approved the final project. So there's two different approvals.
And this is typical for this type of process?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let's talk about the county process now, after the state issued the final approval. When did the County Board of Supervisors actually approve the project and allow advertising for construction?
Initial approval was by the Board of Supervisors on January 31st of 2017.
And so then the department put the project out for bid, is that correct?
Yes,
So my understanding is that actually, ultimately and unfortunately, all of the bids were rejected, is that correct?
that's correct.
And this happened subsequent to a number of dates, which I'd like to run through with you right now.
Okay.
So on, just recalling that January 31st is when the County Board of Supervisors, which is essentially your boss, approved this project. On February 21st of 2017, there was a pre-bid meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
On February 22nd of 2017, the first bidder's mandatory site visit occurred, is that correct?
Yes.
On March 1st, 2017, the second non-mandatory site visit took place, is that correct?
Yes.
And then on April 11th, 4 bids were opened, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so I would like to go through just the reasons why the bids were rejected. I feel it's important that the hearing board understands and district council understands the detail because of what we are compelled to prove to you in order for you to issue the findings to issue the extension. It won't take me very long. There's just about 4 details of why the bids were rejected. Is that appropriate?
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Some of us may think it's not necessary, but if you think it's necessary, go ahead.
I prefer to leave no stone unturned. The lowest bidder included in his qualifications a type of work that was not deemed acceptable, therefore he was found unresponsive. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
The second lowest bidder provided a wrong answer to one of the questions included in the bidder responsibility questionnaire. He later tried to rectify the error. However, the lowest bidder actually protested, requesting that the second lowest bidder be disqualified based on the error they made. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The third lowest bidder didn't clearly describe the work experience as requested, similar to the lowest bidder. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the fourth bidder made the same mistake as the second lowest bidder. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is a function of the public agency process when we're using public dollars. Is this correct?
Yes.
This is something that has happened before. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the department made a determination that because all the bids were flawed, the decision was made to reject them all and re-advertise. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How does the department plan to move forward with the bidding process?
So we plan to go back to the Board of Supervisors and request that they reject all bids and authorize us to move forward with the re-advertisement at the July 11th board meeting.
The department they can't make that determination without the Board of Supervisors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So then when is the construction of the project, assuming the Board of Supervisors approves this re-advertisement, when is the construction currently scheduled to begin?
April 2018.
And you've talked about previously that you've taken certain steps since the last hearing to achieve compliance, including, you said, a very limited amount of use of the hoist. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the department has developed a schedule of increments of progress to achieve compliance, assuming that this hearing board grants an extension to the variance. Is that correct?
Yes.
This also includes an estimated excess emissions during the variance period. Is that correct?
Yes.
And these excess emissions are already part of the existing variance. Is this correct?
That's correct.
So in other words, the department simply needs an extension of time to act pursuant to the original variance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Assuming you are granted a variance today, how will the department monitor or quantify emission levels from the hoist during the extended variance period?
So in accordance with the conditions of the existing variance, the department will maintain daily records of, engine hours, start and end of the day, number of hoist loads per day, and the reasons for the operation with the intent to minimize actual use of the engine and idling time.
And I'm showing you a copy of the minute order, and those are the conditions under that existing variance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Those are the conditions. Thank you. If the variance extension is not granted today, how will the department complete the state mandated improvements to the dam?
Use of a helicopter, sky crane, It's a big helicopter. In order to accomplish this, it has very limited, I guess, availability too.
And what is the expected cost of this alternative?
We're looking at a cost close to $6.5 million in order to use a helicopter to accomplish what the hoist does now.
And you previously testified to this hearing board about that, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the total cost of the project itself?
Current estimate for the project is between $27 and $38 million.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Clapel, did you take the oath this morning?
Yes.
First, going over some of the last questions asked regarding the excess emissions. So the estimate from the previous hearing, those emission totals remain the same for the matter before the board's consideration today?
Yes.
And my first question is, now that we're going from October 31st, 2017, what is the new estimated completion date of the project?
2020, October of 2020.
Would it be possible for the county just to commit to doing the electrification of the hoist now as opposed to waiting to go through the bidding process one more time?
It's part of the project, so it'd have to be done as part of the bid for the entire project.
Okay. And how confident are you that there will be new bidders or the errors that occurred in the first round of bidding will be corrected this second time?
I'm very confident that we'll have some clean bids this round.
And what do you base that opinion on?
I think that's based on the idea that the people who bid initially realize that that they need to fill out these questionnaires properly.
And as far as the process with the state and getting approval of the project, did that go through the, if there's such a term, the normal process and timeline, excuse me, the normal process and timeline and getting approval with the state?
When you say normal, I'd say the timelines for review from the state are oftentimes very dynamic and aren't always on a consistent basis.
And based upon your experience, though, was that done in a timely manner?
The review process and the iterations to get this final approval with the comments on the cylinder block, that was all done within typical timing.
And so now talking about the county timeline and the bid process, so what happened in round one, so to speak, was that unusual?
It is unusual, yes.
Okay. And so I understand the delay that happened for approval of the bids. Initially, you applied for the first variance in 2016 with a projected completion date of 2017. Why is it now that we're going from 2017 with a completion date of 2020? It seems to me that the timeline is extended from the initial variance period. Would you agree with that statement?
The timeline has extended. It's a very complex technical project, and in projects like this, it takes time to develop these technical solutions and ensure that the entire project is looked at in its totality, so that all the different components fit together as far as constructability.
And so just that I'm clear then, so when this was first presented as part of the project that was presented as far as the initial variance, it didn't include the tension cables, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so is that the main addition to the project that has now increased the total project timeline?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, no further questions.
Board members. Ms. Prusek.
First I wanted to clarify the end date you're seeking, because I believe in the opening it was April 2020, and you just stated October 2020. What is the end date you're seeking?
April 2020.
Okay. I know you, just for clarification, the end of April 2020?
That's correct, yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Can you remind the board, is this hoist currently used for anything other than the project and the 3.5 hours of maintenance and I guess periodic maintenance? And will it be used for that, for anything other than that, or it's just for the project?
So at this time, we only plan to use it for the project.
Okay. And what, just so I can understand that it will not be used, what are you using for access to the dam if you're not using the hoist other than for this project?
So we haven't been using any materials or equipment on the dam at this time.
Okay. And what if you needed it for an emergency?
So if there was an emergency, the only way to get equipment and materials to the dam would be the use of the hoist.
Okay, so it could occur.
If there's an emergency, that's correct.
Okay, and what is the history of emergency use of that hoist?
Yeah, that's a good question. As far as emergencies at the dams, generally they're related to earthquake repairs.
Okay, so just to clarify a little bit more on that, so you stated in testimony just a little while ago that in July of 2014, after the inspection by the district, the hoist was shut down.
That's correct.
And it was not used again until maintenance in in November or after November of 2016?
Yes,
Okay, so it wasn't needed for emergency in that whole period of time.
that's correct.
And is that usual?
Again, that's usual. It depends on I guess, when the next major earthquake would be.
Okay. And I ask these questions because when we're talking about that long of a variance and the suggestion is 800 hours, we want to understand whether there'll be more than that or less than that.
Sure.
Okay, and what the circumstances would be. Okay, so you just gave us an estimate of the cost of using helicopter as opposed to the hoist, and it was about 6.5 million. Was that correct? Okay, is there any cost above the 27 to 38 million for the entire project of using the hoist, or the hoist doesn't cost anything additional?
The assumption in that cost is that they'll be using the hoist for the construction.
And it's just the cost of, what, fuel for the hoist?
Fuel, maintenance associated with it during the construction period.
And in the 800 hours, is maintenance considered in that 800 hours?
Yes.
Okay. And then if this board is to consider such a long variance, it would go beyond a year. So what you would need to present to the board would be what's called increments of progress, which you would have to meet.
Okay.
Are you prepared to do that today?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Senator?
I wasn't here before, but I looked at some of the material that was summarized.
Okay.
And so therefore, my question is, my statement first to begin with, the petition was requested because there was a state mandated safety upgrade to the dam.
That's correct.
When was that submitted to the county, that upgrade request?
Many years ago.
Oh, many years ago. And that mandated upgrade is something that you had to work to be in compliance with. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But in 2014, the equipment you had available that was to be used to make this upgrade was not operational. If you didn't meet the SCAQMD standards.
That's what we found out after the inspection, yeah.
So, but the upgrade was still in effect.
The upgrade, we were
Request was still in effect.
We're still working on, yeah, moving towards upgrading the dam.
So you knew, this is 2017.
Yes.
And so it appeared to me, based on what I had before me, you made no effort to correct the problem at the time, knowing that it was being demanded by the state for the upgrade.
With the large dam projects like this, they're very time-consuming. We had to go through the environmental process, the mitigated negative deck that was done. That took a couple of years to accomplish in order to look at the environmental impacts associated with the project.
Did you submit that data, that information, your findings on the impact study to the district at the last hearing?
We discussed that at the last hearing.
But did you submit any evidence except for the fact you discussed it?
Senator, the witness testified to that effect at the last hearing. That was our evidence, but we did not submit the documents. If the senator would like to see that, we can certainly provide that.
Well, all I'm trying to get to is that things are being requested, mandated by the state of California in terms of upgrades, and doesn't, based on what I see, not too much corrective action was taken in a timely fashion. It's like,
We have 14 major dams in our system. All these dams, as a program, we've done our dam rehabilitation. This is since the Northridge quake back in 1994. It's a process where we can't do every dam at the same time, so we work our way through the highest priority dams, and so it's been a continuous process since the Northridge quake.
okay, now you're asking for an extension in time to be in compliance, I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay? But you also stated just recently, just today, that the bidders were rejected for various reasons, the first round.
That's correct.
And you asked for some time to complete the project sometime in 2020, I think you said.
Yes.
But that's not final. You can't, why would you say 2020 when the bids are not received and approved by the Board of Supervisors?
Based on the timeline and the schedule, and going to the board on July 11th, the process to award a contract, to have the contractor conduct the construction activities and complete it, we believe will be by April of 2020.
Well, am I correct to assume that when the bids come in, they'll give, included in those bids in terms of the specs that they're responding to, would be that the time that they can complete the project meets your deadline, which could slip?
There's deadlines. Every project, there's potential that there could be some slippage. We believe with this time that we're requesting today that we'll be able to complete all the activities and getting the new hoist in before that due date.
Then my question finally is the 550 hours, additional hours, I mean, working days, 550 working days, realistic?
We believe it is, yes.
With all those variables, you believe that to be the case?
We have some time in there that allows for some, I guess, a little bit of slippage in there.
Anyone else have any questions? Ms. Prusak?
Mr. Sanchez asked this question, but if you could maybe elaborate a little bit on it. So there's no possibility of extracting out from the larger project, the hoist, and doing that sooner?
That's correct.
And why is that?
The construction to do the new hoist requires that the hoist tower be relocated on the dam. So we need a major construction contractor out there to set that all up and make sure it's all constructed to be compatible with the design.
And so, but still it cannot be done first or prioritized?
We certainly are in the specifications, make it a priority that the contractor needs to order this new hoist as soon as possible. And we're actually hoping that they would be able to come in and complete it with less than the 800 hours of use that we're requesting here. But we think that the 800 hours is appropriate to complete this and get this project installed with the new hoist.
Just if you can refresh my recollection, the 800 hours is for the materials to construct the new hoist?
That's correct.
Okay. And then one other question. Is there a final deadline for the state mandated project by which it has to be completed if it was so many years in the making? I mean, and it's mandated by the state. They don't give a final deadline?
They don't give final deadlines, but they do require that we complete this project as soon as possible. But there isn't an actual date that they say it has to be completed by.
And no increments of progress or anything by which date this has to be done or that has to be done?
No, but we coordinate very closely with the state. Each step, they're involved with the inspection during the actual construction activities. They come on site, provide inspection services to make sure that we're in compliance and that we're meeting the specifications that they approved.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Byrd?
At the last hearing, you mentioned, and maybe you can just briefly review that, and I think it might clear up some things, that there was an interconnected or interrelated relationship here with the hoist. The engine, I have in my notes, the engine, the hoist, and the spillway all interrelated, and you cannot really work on one thing separately. And I think that would address maybe the issue of, can you do this separately? If you can just condense that briefly.
Yeah, so the idea being is that the actual construction of the spillway, you have to relocate the hoist, and the only way to do that construction is to use the existing hoist that's out there. Because there's no other way, unless, like we've discussed a moment ago, without a helicopter to get the equipment down, to get the concrete up and down, and to remove the concrete. There's removal of concrete, there's new concrete that comes in, and this hoist is critical for those activities.
Thank you.
Doctor?
Okay. Coming back to that same question, you're using the current hoist to create the newer hoist that will be electrically driven. Won't that and also, in the meantime, to take out the concrete that you mentioned in your previous, that I heard on your previous meeting here. I think what the board is kind of driving at is when the new hoist is put in place, does that mean everything has already been done and you're completed? In other words, won't the new hoist be functional before the completion date?
That's correct.
How? Okay, but you're asking for the 800 hours up to the point of the completion date, and that you're hopefully will be done by April 2020, is that correct?
That's correct.
But won't that new hoist, the electrical one, be in place before that and functioning?
Yeah, and I think that kind of gets back to Senator's question, is that allows some slippage in the project there if there were any delays.
I see. So what you're saying to us is, we want to use the 800 hours up until the very day of completion. We want to have that option. Are you saying that?
We want the option to be able to use those up to April of 2020, assuming likely it'll be a new hoist in before that date, is what the schedule should be.
All right,
without slippage.
because otherwise it wouldn't make a whole lot of,
Yeah,
it doesn't make, it's not logical. In other words, it would seem to me that you've got a lot of stuff to do. You've got to get the old concrete out, you've got to put new concrete in, and you don't have the new electrical hoist. You have the mechanical, the engine-driven hoist,
Right.
which is what we're concerned about. But at some point, that the engine-driven hoist, the non-electrical one, will be non-functional.
It'll be removed and replaced with the new one, yes.
Isn't that correct? But won't that happen? I think that's what I think Ms. Krusak's question and the senator's question, won't that happen before April 20th?
We expect it to happen before April 20th, yes.
Can you, I'm not an engineer, but can you give me an idea how early will that be removed? How soon will it be moved before the date of completion?
Yeah, the contractor, once they get the contract awarded, they're going to order, and this is going to be a custom-made hoist, and so there's a process for that. We'll have to review the shop drawings. So that process takes quite a while before that's approved, before that new hoist is constructed.
Gotcha. So you get the new, hoist approved and you get it constructed. That new hoist will be constructed before the completion of the entire project. It is not the last thing to be completed. It should be, it seems just sort of common sense, naive common sense. It will be one of the earliest things to be constructed because that's a vital part of transporting materials and removing things that don't need to be there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore, the logic of that is that the hours, the 800 hours will be used earlier. And that's what we're concerned about. We're not so much concerned about the project, but we're concerned about the 800 hours being spread out that far. Is that, I think my board members, I think that's what they're concerned about. And so am I, because we would like this gas engine to stop functioning. And I'm not sure that you can tell me, and maybe you could elaborate on why you can't tell me.
So in
Why
other
it
words,
can't be done, why you can't shut down that, let's say, instead of April 2020, Christmas Day 2019, just as an example.
Right, and that'd be our goal is to eliminate the use of this as early in the project as possible. However, with all projects, there's delays and there's some slippage, and so that's why we want to incorporate that into the schedule here. And that's why we're making that request.
Let me ask you, just in your own thinking, if everything went well, and nothing, of course, goes perfectly well, so to speak, how soon do you think that gas engine would be out of operation?
There's a lot of variables that would go into that, in the approval process, how long it's gonna, who's gonna be constructing it, where it's gonna be constructed, likely it'll be built out of state. The actual means and methods of the construction activities are generally left to the contractor themselves, so they're gonna come up with a time schedule that best meets the construction activities, so that they look at that in a linear process, and they line up all those construction activities based on their staff, their equipment, and how they're going to be actually conducting the project itself. And that's something that depending on which contractor we get in there, they'll make that determination.
Thank you.
Sir, after the new hoist is functional,
Yes.
what do you need in order to be able to operate it legally? You need a certification?
For the new hoist, they'll need to be certified, yes.
Who certifies it?
The state.
Do you need any other approvals?
No, I don't believe so.
Until the state certifies it, you cannot use it for what it is intended for, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So, would it be acceptable if we added or if the final compliance date was the date of certification?
Yes,
Okay. Even though the 800 hours had not been used up?
that's right, because at that point, that hoist will be off to the junkyard.
Ms. Brusette?
All these questions are making me, and how long you want this variance for, are making me concerned that you may be here prematurely. You're asking for this not to even start again until 2018, April of 2018. You're going to the Board of Supervisors in July.
Right,
You do not know who the bidder will be.
no.
It seems very premature to be granting a variance that far in advance. When do you think, if you go before the Board of Supervisors in July, what would be the timeline for having a bidder selected?
Yeah, the timeline is quite extensive. You know, we get the bids in, it takes time. We got to go out. First, we have the mandatory pre-bid meetings where we actually require that the contractors come out and see the site themselves, are familiar with the site and what it's going to take to complete the project. Then it goes through the process of where they actually have to enter into a contract with us to show that they could come up with a schedule to meet the project timelines. Then we have a notice to proceed where the contractor has about 60 days to move on site, to start moving equipment on site. It's quite a lengthy process. And then finally, after that's all done, then there's a notice to proceed to actually start construction work. And we're expecting that to be in April of 2018, where they actually can start actual construction activities on site.
But when would you have the selection of a bidder, selection of a contractor who then has a schedule for construction?
That meets our required 550 days of construction.
My question is the timing. So if you go before the Board of Supervisors in July, you start the bidding process over again. When do you have a winning bid that has a schedule of construction in it?
So that's, let's see, so if we go to July 11th, it's about several weeks for actual them preparing their bids. Sometimes that process gets extended out depending on if there's addendum and questions that are asked during the bidding process. So I think the actual bidding process takes about 3 months of the bidding process.
Okay, so beyond September. Okay, so maybe if you can address with us why it doesn't make more sense for you're not, just one more time I'm going to ask, you have no plans to use that, before construction, because it's construction that you plan to use it for, the hoist, is that correct?
Right, so we need to know in advance that we have this variance so that when the bidders are actually putting together their proposals, that they know that they're going to be able to use this hoist in order to accomplish these activities.
Okay,
So
so
that-
without a variance in place, starting at that time, there's too much uncertainty in the,
Exactly.
okay, thank
And-
you.
Senator?
The state has been requesting this upgrade for years, as you stated. Is there any penalty for the not being in compliance by the state?
The state could require that no water is held behind the dam.
Yeah, but how do they enforce anything? I mean, is there any penalty, any accountability from the county, Public Works Department? They're supposed to have the job done. If it's not done for years, then what does the state say to you about that?
The state, well, let me say, we work very closely with the state, and we try to coordinate all these and work out schedules together. It's more of a partnership between the state and us, and what needs to be done to the dam, what corrective actions make sense. And like I mentioned a second ago, they could actually require that we'd have to cease our storm operations out there and not capture stormwater for the local communities.
Okay. Now, your bidders' specs, requirements will be saying they could use a horse to do this, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the cycle is 20 minutes to load, including 20-minute round trip. And that takes loading and transporting and unloading, 20 minutes.
Right.
How do you load the horse? I mean, not the horse, but
So the hoist has like a bucket.
yeah, how do you put that in the bucket?
So the bucket's up there, it's lowered down by the road there. And then from there, we could load things into the bucket. And then the hoist will transport that down to the dam.
It's not, people are not shoving that into the bucket. How do you,
It's gonna be like heavy equipment usually.
on top of the dam, they were loaded into the bucket?
Yep,
Okay, fine. It's 20-minute cycles, loading and unloading
that's right,
and transporting.
yes.
It's, how much time it takes to load roughly?
Maybe 5 minutes?
5 minutes to load and fraction of a minute to unload once it's been transported.
Once they get it up there, then unload it.
Yeah,
I'd say
unload it,
another
but
5 minutes
Travel
maybe.
time. It seemed like to me, you said you're not going to use a helicopter, but wouldn't that be faster? Lift and dump.
Helicopter, you still have to load up the
Load
thing,
up there, but
unload it.
to transport it would be a shorter period of time. So therefore you have less emission.
Potentially, but you have more emissions, and I think the other thing with the helicopter too is depending on the weather and the winds and things like that could have an impact on
I
schedule.
see, all right, thank you.
Further questions? Ms. Brusek?
Just, are you going to be the witness who's going to introduce the increments of progress? Okay, so if you can do that so we can ask questions, that would be helpful.
Sure, thank you very much. So going to the department's development of a schedule of increments of progress, let's walk through the different dates. Does the schedule estimate usage of 400 hours from April 1st, 2018 to October 31st, 2018?
Yes,
Does the schedule estimate usage of 300 hours from November 1st, 2018 to April 30th, 2019?
yes,
And finally, does the schedule estimate usage of 96.5 hours from May 1st, 2019 to April 30th, 2020?
yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez, any questions on the increments of progress?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Brusek?
I see that this is a very difficult one, but generally increments of progress are bringing you closer to compliance rather than when are you going to be using the non-compliance hours. Do you have any increments of progress to offer by which you can set in stone certain dates that bring us closer to 2020? Perhaps something along the lines of July date, bringing the bid process back to the Board of Supervisors, setting that in stone. Perhaps a return date, 3 months later, to apprise the board of the revised construction schedule, something along those lines.
Let's take a 15-minute recess. During that time, his petitioner can come up with some increments. We'll reconvene at 20 after. We are back on the record.
Thank you for the time. We are prepared to propose some different increments of progress at this time. And the proposal would include a notification to the clerk of the board at each of these steps, and there will be also a status hearing in the middle, which we'll get to. So, Mr. Clapel, we're proposing that the first date that the hearing board is notified is the July 11th, 2017 Board of Supervisors meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the second date that we are proposing for notification and as a schedule of an increment of progress towards compliance would be the notice to proceed 1, which is also known as the award of the contract. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the time where the contractor will start with the submittal process.
And the department is estimating that this award of contract would happen around November of 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
You don't have a firm date right now. Is that correct?
No.
Then the third increment of progress we are proposing is what is called the notice to proceed 2. And please tell us what that is.
That's the time where the contractor will start actual construction activities on site.
And that, as you have previously testified, is expected in April of 2018. Is that correct?
Yes, April 2018.
Thank you. And then in conference with District Council, we are proposing to have a status hearing in front of the hearing board in October of 2018. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now let's talk just briefly about the new hoist. The contractor is allowed to proceed in April of 2018 and then orders the new hoist at that time. Is that correct?
That should be correct.
And give or take?
Ultimately, the contractor will be the one that determines exactly when it's ordered, but that would be the goal.
So we're expecting the delivery of the new hoist that had been ordered about 12 months after the contractor begins construction. Is that correct?
That's a correct estimate.
So we're expecting that within a year, which would be April 2019. And again, as you've been testifying, these dates can vary. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Regardless, we are going to propose that we notify the clerk of the board when the delivery of the new hoist occurs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the installation of the hoist, so the hoist has been delivered. The installation of the hoist, we'd also expect to notify the clerk of. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you expect that to take how long?
Approximately 2 months if everything's been sized right by the contractor.
So that would bring us, assuming again, ideal world, to June 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then our final proposed increment of progress would be the certification of the new hoist by the state. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, you have no idea of how long that would take because the state will give you a schedule of when they can certify that hoist. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you're expecting it around June, July, August of 2019, assuming this schedule.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez?
No comments. I believe the increments of progress are consistent with the testimony, what was asked of by the board, and by having the status conference for the date suggested by the district, it follows the process for bidding and identification with the county, and so if there are any delays in that process, we will know at that time or sooner, and so all that will remain will be performance of the project, or it should have been commenced and everything should have been identified by the time of that status hearing to describe to the board and to the district at that time.
Ms. Brissette?
I was writing, and I may have missed. What was the timing of the status conference proposed?
October of 2018.
Generally speaking, increments of progress are dates that must be complied with under an order, or under a variance, or which is an order of this board. Can you commit to some of these as follows, placing July 11th as the meeting of the Board of Supervisors to commence new bidding process? November 30th of 2017 as the notice to proceed 1, putting April 30th, 2018 as notice to proceed 2, and April 30th, 2019 as delivery of the new hoist? Or would you, it's either that or the status conference would have to be earlier than October 2018, because what can you commit to?
Well, we could definitely commit at this point to the July 11th. We could commit to the April 2018 for the notice to proceed based on that. And
The November 30th notice to proceed 1, or no?
and the November 30th, yes. The contracting process, just if I could add, I mean, these are date schedules, and we certainly hope we can meet them. But there's maybe that November 2017, it's an estimated date. I guess these processes are always a little dynamic in when they submit the right documents, when we could, return our documents and give them official notices to proceed.
Perhaps to offer for just the hearing board's consideration, falling back to the previous proposed schedule of increments, which was the hours and the time frame in the hours. The idea there, the 400 hours in that first time frame, can you just talk them through why the department had proposed this schedule with these hours?
And if I can interrupt you, perhaps it would be, as I think you're going in that direction, perhaps instead of saying usage of hours in that time frame, tie it to commencement of construction, finish certain phases of construction, et cetera, and perhaps we can put those down as increments.
So, what were you expecting here?
So for the first year to 2018, which corresponds here to
To understand that you were, when you started construction, so let's go
Yeah.
that way. So the department,
Mr. Chairman,
Senator.
as you progress through the hour identification, number of hours, the second line says 2018, November 2018 to April 2018, so you got some years there mixed up. The second one says November 1st, 2018 to April 30th, 2018.
yes, I apologize, that's definitely a typo. Going back to the idea that that the department was spending the 400 hours from April 1st, 2018, which was when you're expecting to award or have the notice to proceed to, is that correct?
yes.
And then you would have these 400 hours, you're estimating, because you would be using the old hoist while the new hoist was being manufactured.
Constructed, yep.
Okay. So then, I think that is it true that the department the July 11th is a good date?
Yes.
And then the April 2018, that could be a compliance date. Is that correct, the notice to proceed?
Yes.
All right. then what would be a good date to hold the department to in terms of coming back to this board to tell them about what the status is for the actual manufacture of the new hoist? Is October too late, as Board Member Prusak indicates, or do you think that's a good time?
That should work for us, unless we look at,
Would earlier be better, and then you'd be able to come in and talk about how many hours you had used at that point as well?
well, I think I think October would probably work better for us. Because at that point, we already have it, the contract moving forward. And construction activities have been ongoing.
We're not going to see the new hoist though until April of 2019.
That's right.
Okay. And that's why you have an estimated 700 hours from April to 2018 to April 2019, is that correct?
Yes. And that allows, again, for some slippage in the schedules.
Ms. Prusak?
Is there a chance that the April, say 30th, 2018 notice to proceed to construction activities begin date will slip?
There is that potential.
And I would suggest to the board we consider a much earlier return date after the second advertising and round of bids goes out.
June of 2018?
If the April slips and you've placed that as an increment of progress into the variance, you would have to come before this board before then,
That's correct.
okay?
That's correct.
So would it make sense to just have a status hearing before that already? Since we know we're going to have to come back for a status hearing, make it before the April 30th date so that you'll then know more certain than you've ever known before coming before this board what the dates will be.
What would be the month? February, March, to come back and report and say, yes, for certain we're starting in April? When will you know that for certain, so that we show up and we are able to tell them?
Yeah, we should know that by March. Yeah.
Is that too late?
We would deliberate, but I would probably say that would make sense by putting in the April 30th date, but then having the return before then.
I would propose the beginning of March, if possible. So March 6th? Will that work? Does that work for the clerk?
We don't have anything out till March. We'll look at it. I mean, March, if it's Monday, Tuesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
It's a Tuesday. March 6th is a Tuesday.
We prefer other days of the week. Wednesday or Thursday would be better.
Is Wednesday the 7th okay for you? Is Wednesday the 7th all right? I have a conflict on the 8th, unfortunately. Is the 7th all
Mr.
right?
Sanchez has indicated that's acceptable.
Okay, so a status hearing on March 7th, and then another one in October of 2018?
I think we would, I don't want to speak for the board, but it seems we go from there.
Okay.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
Any other witnesses?
No, thank you very much.
Board, district have any witnesses?
The district does not have any witnesses.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public who wishes to testify in this matter? I see none. Closing, I'm going to pronounce it right. SCAQMD.
Egoscue, thank you. Thank you, Chair. In closing, the last time that we saw you on this item, there was a challenge as well, and we appreciate very much your time and your attention. We are confident that the department will be able to eventually finish this project, and we appreciate the cooperation of the hearing board and respectfully request that you see fit to support this extension of the variance with this new shortened time frame of use of the existing hoist. And we also request that because the status hearing would be March of 2018, that we have some allowed use of the existing hoist, although it would be very short from the beginning of this time frame until March, and just in case, as we've seen, the 3.5 hours that were needed, because as you know, the existing variance expires in October of this year. So if we could have some clarification of some allowable use from October to the March status hearing. Thank you.
Ms. Prusek.
I'm going to probably want to reopen testimony and hearing if my fellow board members will allow it, because I know the testimony was that 3.5 hours were used for maintenance, but the testimony was also that the 800 hours was for, with the exception of emergencies, for the construction. And so I think this board would need to understand how much is anticipated the use of the hoist, and not to allow all 800 hours, but to have a significant limitation.
I would propose, thank you for that question, I would propose just in the case of an emergency, which of course we do not expect, such as an earthquake or something that would qualify as an emergency, not for regular use.
What about maintenance, though?
My understanding is that there will not be any maintenance until the project commences, and we had testimony to that effect previously. So if the board would like to reopen testimony, that's entirely appropriate. However, I believe that the record has been made on that regard. Thank you.
Ms. Prusek, you still wish to reopen?
No, if they're not requesting maintenance hours, then we would not allow the maintenance hours, in which case we do not have to reopen.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, closing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The district was focused on the testimony to be provided by petitioner today regarding beyond reasonable control. As indicated in their petition, they had identified bidding process irregularities as a basis for delays in meeting the initial deadline ordered in the previous petition. I think submittal of 4 bids that resulted in rejection and having to restart the bidding process was beyond petitioner's reasonable control. I shared board members Holden's concerns that, what had been done previously that contributed to these delays, ultimately resulting in the use of equipment that became unpermittable or did not meet district requirements. And reviewing the record from the previous hearing, what was unique about this matter is they stopped using the equipment as soon as it was identified as being non-compliant with district rules and regulations, hence putting them into compliance. However, because of the requirements to upgrade the dam, that again necessitated use of the hoist, and that's where you had the interaction from necessity for construction as well as replacement of non-compliant equipment. They did demonstrate at the previous hearing and again through questions and answers today that the use of the hoist is needed as part of the ultimate construction project to achieve compliance with the state requirements to make construction to the project. And so because of that, it does warrant the need for variance relief, because as Ms. Prusak was concerned, also similar to the district, why couldn't you just commit to replacing the hoist and avoid hitting against these two conflicts and needing the variance relief? But Mr. Clapel indicated that it would be an all-inclusive holistic project, and so that would not be satisfactory to do that item separately. The usage of the 3.5 hours since the last variance was granted, that was within condition 3 of the previous order, which did allow for use of maintenance, so there has been no violations of the previous order by this board. The testimony has been that they probably won't need the full 800 hours, and so we're ultimately in a unique situation where we are, the board would be granting variance relief for a very long period of time, much beyond the typical 1-year duration that is often requested before this board. I think these circumstances are unique. I think, as we've seen with other dam failures within the state, that this is required. Unfortunately, the state does not have the deadline requirements that were asked of by the board members. So this hearing board is in a unique position where they can dictate increments of progress, which the facility was willing to agree to. And I think it's very clear, if the timeline becomes delayed again, variance relief would probably not be an option for this facility, and they would have to seek other relief through the district. But at this time, the district is not opposed to the timeline and the relief being sought by petitioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Before I ask board members for their comments, I do have a couple of comments, and that is that the request we're hearing today is not for an increase in the amount of excess emissions. It's the same excess emissions that we granted a variance for last year. What they're asking for is a movement forward in time of the work that will result in the excess emissions, and an extension of time over which those emissions will occur. Except for the state requirement that there be increments of progress, I'm not concerned about the length of time. And the reason is this, that if all of those emissions were emitted on a single day, the impact on air quality would be much greater than if it's emitted over an extended period of time. The longer that period of time, the lesser the overall impact. So, and for that reason, I'm not supportive of a status report, a status hearing. If there's a change that required a further modification of the variance, petitioner can come back and request a further modification, and of course would have to fully support it, and with evidence as to why it's beyond its reasonable control. Those are my comments. Ms. Prusak.
I just had 2 responses to that, to those comments. I mean, I generally am in favor of finding good cause, because, as stated, this is not necessarily a request for increase in hours. The 800 hours is still the request for the main purpose of this variance. However, I am concerned about a variance going till 2020 only for the mere fact that there is a much greater potential every year this variance is in place for going well beyond the 800 hours in the case of an emergency and an earthquake and the need for the use of the hoist or maintenance, which now that I look, and thank you, Mr. Sanchez, for reminding me that it was actually a condition, it's probably a good idea that the engine be maintained. even if it's a small number of hours. So for that reason, I want a more sure schedule, but also we are required to have increments of progress that are enforceable for any variance that goes beyond a year. And I just think the dates are way too speculative, and what we heard from the petitioners was that the petitioner was that they were unable to commit to any without knowing whether they have to change it or not. So that's the only reason why I suggested the status hearing, but if you want to suggest that the status hearing occur as previously requested, which was October 2018, and just allow them to come back before if they need to move the April 30th, 2018 date, I suppose for the reasons that you stated, I would support that.
Ms. Prusak, as you point out, state law requires that any variance that goes beyond a year requires increments of progress. How many increments of progress are required?
It just says plural, so in my mind, that means 2 or more. So there are 2 on the table, and I think that would be sufficient.
Good. Anyone else? Senator?
Mr. Chairman, members, I think that the amount of pollution being emitted is a factor. However, the overriding factor, and which should be considered, is the purpose of this dam and its function. As stated here, that the dam fulfills a critical function because it is responsible for providing flood protection and stormwater capture for the downstream communities. That's very, very important, and is in fact an overriding factor. And it seemed to me that all that being said and being the case, we should hop to on this one early on when you were first notified. But as Mr. Sanchez stated, if this is granted and those deadlines are not met, there would be no consideration for any variance. I think I understood you correctly. And you have to find other means to resolve your problem. So you really are fencing yourself in, you're locked in. And so these are not haphazard dates, target dates that you're selecting. They're fixed and final. And you don't understand that? Okay.
Yes, Senator.
Anyone else? Bird?
I'm probably been thinking along the same lines as the chairman for the entire hearing. The time doesn't bother me at all. And since now it seems that we've agreed that all you need is 2 increments of progress, and since we have 2 dates, that we can move forward with that. I don't think we need to have a status hearing, but I would accept that if that's what the board decided.
I would like to just simply chime in with that. I think the important thing here is the duration appears to be long, but it's sort of out of our hands because it's basically state mandated by the rules and regulations concerning the bidding and construction of the repairs that are necessary. I wish that we could have a more defined time when the engine-driven hoist could be used and then stopped. But there again, we have variables that we cannot control. And I tend to go along with the idea that those are not something that we can define by this board.
I'm not sure we have articulated the good cause. Ms. Prusak, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I can certainly articulate good cause, which I think is all we need pursuant to the Health and Safety Code 42357 for modification of a schedule of increments of progress, which includes a final compliance date. And I certainly think Mr. Sanchez pointed out that beyond reasonable control can even be found in this case. And, you know, originally when the petitioner came before us, they really were not sure of the schedule, and things beyond their control certainly happened, including all four bidders not having sufficient bids, and now having to repeat the entire process, which can't even occur until July 11th, plus this change to what the project entails with the cables holding that piece of the concrete in place, and that extending the entire construction schedule as well. And as the chairman and Ms. Byrd articulated, and Dr. Lerner, I think we're all under the feeling that there's not really more hours requested. I think that there is a potential for more hours, but should it be an emergency requiring the use of the hoist, that certainly would be, there would be good cause for that as well. So if petitioner came before us and said, oh my gosh, there's an emergency earthquake, we need to use the hoist, I think we would still be able to find for those hours and that variance. So given all of that, I think we can find good cause to extend for sure till, as also as you had suggested, Chairman, until certification of the replacement hoist, or I guess April 30th, 2020, whichever occurs first, with the 2 increments of progress as have been stated. And I'm on the fence with this status, and I hear the argument for the parties will have to come back if the April 30th date is slipping anyway. So we can just allow it to happen that way.
Regarding the use for emergency, I'm not sure I see in the current order, restriction.
No, we would have to include, it would be, what it was 800 non-consecutive hours. So either we could, as was allowed for the engine maintenance, the necessary engine maintenance, which was condition 3, we could say they may use for emergency purposes due to earthquake, or we could just leave the 800 non-consecutive hours and allow it to be used in the case of an emergency, and then there could be a petition for additional hours should an earthquake occur.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion. You wish to try it, or we can have somebody else do it? Just
In the matter of, sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Let me, Ms. Prusak, let me give it a try. In the matter of County of Los Angeles Department of Public Works, case number 6044-1, I move that we modify the existing variance in case 6044-1, I guess I said that twice, to extend the final compliance date. And what did we decide on that?
I think it, as you pointed out, would make sense to be until certification of the replacement hoist, or April 30th, 2020, whichever occurs first.
Okay. And subject to the conditions, the existing conditions, and I'm going to And the excess emissions are oxides of nitrogen, 1,188 pounds total. VOC, 2,331.8 pounds total. And carbon monoxide, 751.7 pounds total. That concludes my motion, and I'm open to some amendments that are going to be necessary to include the increments of progress and a few other things. Ms. Prusek.
I will second, as long as we're including those increments of progress, which would include July 11, 2017, a request by petitioner to the Board of Supervisors to award a new advertisement of the,
Advertisement of the project, yes.
of the project. And April 30th, 2018, so the second increment of progress as the notice to proceed to the commencement of construction activities at the site.
I'll accept the amendments regarding the increments of progress. Discussion on the motion. Senator, how do you vote? Ms. Byrd?
Yes.
Doctor?
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
There's no other business. We're adjourned.